Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Monday morning, August 28th. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Standing here at the Polderbaan. Currently one of the two runways used for departures. Although we hardly have any wind, so who knows if the runway might get changed. The runway use gets changed. Maybe we'll see the arrivals later on this runway. For now, departures. Embraer 190 KLM 11, flight 1173 going to Trondheim in the SkyTeam livery. Good morning to all early viewers. T-Mac, Judith, Sander, Blackburst, good morning. Lena, goedemorgen. Ineke, morgen. Paul, goedemorgen. Gamer Ronaldo, good morning. Goedemorgen. Patrick, goedemorgen. Nigel, good morning. Hope everybody is doing alright. So, we had a lot of rain showers over the weekend. The atmosphere still isn't quite stabilized. Although I think we are probably going to be good. The wind, for whatever reason, is variable on ground level, but on higher levels it looks like the wind is coming from the northwest. So this is the direction I need to take into consideration for any rain showers that possibly might come. You can see that there are nice clouds in the distance. The big overview. This is looking to the north, northeast. Turning further to the east, more open, although looking a bit more northeastish. In the distance you do see some bigger clouds that might also form rain showers. Again, the east, southeast, looking towards the main platform area. This is looking to the south. And this is looking to the southwest and directly to the west. They've cut the grass, so any birds that are in the water don't have any place to hide anymore. Now, in terms of water bird activity, there are two grebes over there. Not sure if those are the siblings we've seen a couple of times before already. I'm hearing a duck quack, but... or is that a coot? Might be a coot. Oh, there's a fly on my glasses. Okay, it's gone. Yeah, I do hear ducks. They seem to be more to the south. Let's see, first of all, are they over there? They don't seem to be. Did see some movement in the water. Could it be? It is awfully quiet, so I'm not sure if the sound from all the way over there carries to over here. We'll see. They're there. They're audible. Two airplanes are coming this way. Afrodite, goedemorgen. Zalurk, good morning. Kobi en Jan, goedemorgen. Patrick, goedemorgen. Loco, good morning. Show S, checking in from Bahrain. Good morning, mate. Ruben, goedemorgen. Thomas, goedemorgen. Hey there, Saak, good morning. Two KLM Embraers. Steve J, good morning. Benjamin, good morning. Jordan, good morning, mate. Sander, goedemorgen. Paul, good morning. So let's see. This is KLM flight 981. It is an Embraer 190 going to London City. 13-year-old airplane, first flight January 2010. Now we did see another of those birds preparing to take off, following the previous one, and it is already lined up. Let's have a look. Oh, huh? Huh? Okay, yeah, 2 Embraer 190s going to London City back to back. I was double checking flight radar. Am I seeing this properly? Did I click on the wrong airplane just now? But 2 airplanes back to back going to London City. KLM flight 987, another Embraer 190. This one 13 years old, first flight September 2009. Okay, weird. Now, when there are departures from Polenbaan, I typically like to stand at the other side of the runway at the beginning where they spool up. But because there is so little wind, I didn't want to be caught on the wrong place when if they eventually should decide to switch the runway usage. So figured let's go stand on this side, where you can do both the departures and the arrivals. Be prepared for whatever ATC is going to throw at us. Big bird coming up. United tail, like a shark fin, coming over here. It is a 777. Harry, good morning, mate. How's life in Waterloo? Judith, goedemorgen. Hey, Brussels Aviation, good morning. USA Titan, good morning. Preacher, good morning. Bart, goedemorgen. Leen, goedemorgen. Our next airplane will be taxiing. Well, no, this is not the next airplane. I think this is going to be the next airplane. It will probably precede the triple. Prevents it from having to wait for the wake turbulence of the triple to dissipate. And we can already see it happening. More is underway. Also an E2 Embraer 195 to Gdansk is taxiing over here. And 2 Embraers will precede the triple by the looks of it. And is this a fuck up of flight radar? Again, an Embraer 190 now entering the runway, going to London City. 3 in a row. Man, that is crazy. If that is correct, what happened that they are 3 back to back? Did they not fly earlier? Interesting. P. Whitten, good morning. Checking in from Mallorca. Hey there, Daniel. Hey, Wendy. Dirk, goedemorgen. Wessel, good morning. Now, for the third time in a row an Embraer 190 going to London City. This time KLM flight 983. Is this also 13 years old? No, this is 9 years old. A younger airplane. First flight was in October 2013. But weird, isn't it? 3 Embraer 190s going back to back to London City. So in 40 minutes or 45 minutes a lot of blue will be visible on London City at the gates. Schiphol has lined up in the meantime, but not before this Embraer takes off. Embraer 175 going to Leeds, KLM flight 1541, and this airplane is 7 years old. First flight was in May 2016. Hey there Sarah, good morning. Also some rainy days in Ontario, Ari. Same here over the weekend. 2 days with a lot of showers. Yesterday I could have streamed in the morning in hindsight, but the weather radar all day was looking like it was going to rain. But most of it dissipated, at least in the early half, the first half of the day. Later in the afternoon it did get more wet. The tarmac also still wet, as you can see, spray behind the airplane engines spooling up. This is United Flight 71, 777-200 going to Newark, New York. 21-year-old airplane, first flight January 2002. Right, and in the meantime, taking off from center. Another big bird. Korean Air Cargo, flight 510. Going back to Seoul. Aaron, good morning. Ruben, goedemorgen. Zishan, good morning. Mario, guten Morgen. JD, good morning. Hope everybody is doing all right. Fred, good evening, mate. E2 Embraer 195 going to Gdansk in Poland, coming our way. KLM flight 1917. The airplane is 1 year old, first flight October 2021. No time to linger, still traffic on the other side of the runway. Now you can see hardly any wind, it's like a mirror. Can we see details in the clouds? Well, almost. Coming this way is KLM flight 1443 by the looks of it. Embraer 190 going to Aberdeen. The airplane is 14 years old, first flight November 2008. Good morning. JD, you're welcome. Saying thanks for the time-lapse video. Glad you enjoyed. Dombapani Diaries, good morning. Checking in from Sri Lanka. Welcome to the show, mate. Hope you're enjoying. Hope everybody is. Welcome one and all. If I forgot anybody, apologies. Roy, goedemorgen. Right, next up, Shamrock, flight 841, A320, destination Cork, flight time, oh no, airplane age, 22 years. And off to Ireland. In the meantime, the Coots have multiplied. There was one just now, I'm counting 4, 5, 6. All of a sudden a whole squadron has emerged. It's like Top Gun. First there's one bogey, then there are 4. Right. Looks like another Embraer coming our way. Embraer 175 going to Kristiansand most likely. Let's have a look. Oh, hey. Did they already do their round? That is interesting. Haven't seen them. Also not when I was setting up here. Lovely vistas, beautiful reflection of the clouds in the water. Double enjoyment of the clouds. Lazoon Pyro, good morning. Gosse, goedemorgen kerel. Beautiful Dutch cloudy skies. Picturesque. This is the east. Northeast. More darkness to the north. The clouds are getting blown over here from the northwest, so that is where I need to look for to see if rain is coming or not. Now let's have a look at the next airplane taking off. KLM flight 1207 going to Kristiansand, Embraer 175. 6-year-old airplane, first flight July 2017. Now, I think we'll have to wait a little bit for the next airplanes. I think there are 2 Dreamliners on the way, 3. And before that an A319 going to Bristol. Dreamliner 10 to San Francisco is on our way. Dreamliner 10 to LAX is also coming our way. 7879 to Bogota is also coming our way. American 221 to Dallas has come alive on the platform. Let's see. Now taking off from center is KLM flight 1373, Boeing 737-900 going to Bucharest. 21-year-old airplane. First flight was September 2001. Mabube, good morning. Good to see you, Jolande. Hans, old Dutch spotter, goedemorgen. Hope everybody is doing alright. Now, no airplanes taking off from center. However, traffic is still going around it. Just wondering how much longer they are going to keep runway center open before switching to all traffic. Was it over there? No, it's already, oh, there it is. BizJet taking off from, what is it? Runway 04. Probably Max Verstappen. Well, let's have a look. Not seeing any contrails at the moment. Also not behind me. That is a bit of a pity. Maybe we are going to see some later. Looks like the next airplane will be coming around the corner in a few moments. Should become visible over there. Yep, there it is already, the A319. Going to Bristol. Will be followed by a Dreamliner 10. Great, goedemorgen. Mrs. Professor, good morning. Doing well, thank you for asking. Hope you're doing well as well. Nice that they have cut the grass, at least on the water side. So over here, still a bit higher in the middle, but at least over here, they did cut it. So we have unobstructed view on this side in the water. Nowhere to hide from the camera. Now, interestingly, it seems that the clouds are no longer rising vertically, but It seems over there some wind is going on, but looking at all the windmills, they are still standing still mostly. Just a teensy bit of movement. So maybe some wind is picking up. That typically happens as the day progresses. Landmass gets warmer. Warm air rises. Now, you guys probably all know how wind is being formed. Good on that side. Now I'm looking around to see if I can see some ducks, but I don't. We did see some movement over at the fire station earlier. Looked like they were reversing. And it looks like now they have reversed and parked back into the fire station. Those 3 vehicles that always do their patrol rounds. Not sure if they did a different round than along the Polderbaan then. Or if maybe they were really early and I missed it. I haven't seen anything since I arrived here and walked over here. Also not during setting up. Right, so the first Dreamliner 10. Another Dreamliner 10 and a Dreamliner 9 will follow. Cor, goedemorgen. Marijn, goedemorgen. Marijn is asking, can you see the pilots in the airplane when the airplane is right in front of you? Well, I do sometimes zoom in. You cannot see their faces in detail, but you are able to see if anybody is waving or not when being fully zoomed in. Now, what is the A319 going to do? It looks like it has already taken a left-hand turn to go to the runway threshold. Flight radar also seems to confirm this. Right. Now, still haven't seen any departures of center recently. The air traffic is still taxiing around it, but wouldn't be surprised if maybe not too long from now, and of course the Greeb dives under as soon as I point my camera towards it. Think we might be in for a period where this is the only runway used for departures. At least I'm crossing my fingers, saying a little prayer that that is going to be the case. Now, that Greeb, oh, just re-emerged over there. They are good underwater swimmers. I'm also hearing some spooling up, so let's turn around the camera. Because our next airplane is coming our way. EasyJet A319 going to Bristol. Flight 22922. 12-year-old airplane, first flight March 2011. Right. Looking at flight radar, there's a whole slew of airplanes coming. And that bleeping Greeb emerges here. I think, okay, let's point the camera towards it, and it dives under almost immediately. Only to re-emerge over there. Gotcha, mate. Nowhere to hide. Right. Coming this way is KLM flight 605 going to San Francisco, Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner. Brand new, first flight made this year. Really new. Jean-Yves, Camille. Salut mes amis. Hope you are both doing well. Good to see you all. Dreamliners. Okay, so we did see another departure just now from center, so it is still open unfortunately. This is KLM flight 601, Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner going to LAX. 3-year-old airplane, first flight was in November 2019. Now, we don't have time to linger too long on the departure of this beautiful airplane against this beautiful backdrop. You can hear it. KLM flight 749 going to Bogota in Colombia. Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner, the mid-size. 5 years old, first flight March 2018. Well, Mrs. Professor, not only company in the water, it is also rather busy for a Monday particularly, just in the grass. All right. Blue, 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 blue. That looks like an A330 tail. Lights are going on, this one is coming. KLM flight 1155, E2 Embraer 195, going to Gothenburg. Now spooling up. 1-year-old airplane, first flight January 2022. Captain Eddie Boys, good evening mate. Hope you're well. Good to see you again, my friend. Itzik, goedemorgen. Thank you for your kind words and thank you for joining. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, thank you for joining as well. Welcome to the show. Monday morning, departures on AMS Live. Polderbaan, departures to the north. This would be KLM flight 945 to Dublin. Number 190. Years old, first flight October 2008. So as you guys can see, it is sunny but cloudy. Hardly any wind right now. Looking at the proxy windsock, the smoke rising vertically again. The water nearly still as a mirror. Parallel departures taking place right now. Runway center also open. Coming our way is a Boeing 737-800 going to Oslo. It is KLM flight 1143. This airplane is 23 years old. Its first flight was in April of the year 2000. Hey there, Lance. Good morning, mate. Hope you're well. So, first time we're seeing the bird controllers as well. K2 present. The lady just gave me a wave. And in the distance, the first A330 of the day going to Houston, Texas. KLM flight 661, Airbus A330-300, 11 years old, first flight February 2012. Good evening, John Vogel. Checking in from Melbourne. Hope you had a good day. So over here, sunny, bit warm, dry still, variable wind on the surface. Atmospheric instability still very much present if you look at the clouds. I'm sure that if I were to make a time lapse, you would see them evolve, indicative of the turbulence and all the flows in the air going on over there in the sky. Need to look to the northwest today to see if rain is coming my way. I think we'll be good, but you never know, so did bring umbrellas along. Also because the wind is not very pronounced in one direction. I'm also standing here so that if ATC decides to change the runway usage to arrivals, we're also still well situated. KLM flight 1167 going to Helsinki, Finland. Boeing 737-800. 17-year-old airplane. First flight was in April 2006. Nice to see the previous airplane going to the right. Nice duo shot. Now unfortunately, center still also being used for departures. Big Bird taking off. And also an airplane taking off over here again. No time to linger. Let's see, Embraer 175 going to Humberside on its way. KLM flight 1485. 5-year-old airplane. First flight was in January 2018. Now the grass over here in the waterside where I'm standing, freshly cut, was here yesterday, Saturday evening, and it wasn't cut back then yet, so they have to have done it yesterday. It still smells like freshly cut grass over here, so that is very nice. Better than dung when they are distributing it over the land. So the ducks, the lady ducks, are also awoke and have awoken. Alive and kicking. Air Baltic A320 on its way over here, going to Riga. Together with the E2 Embraer 195s, the quietest of the airplanes currently flying to and from Schiphol. Good morning, Farhan. Kevin H, good morning. Dave Smith, good morning, mate. Mr. Banana, good morning. Welcome one and all, hope everybody is doing alright. More activity further up, the Grebe also doing its swim. American Airlines Flight 221 coming our way, Boeing 7878 Dreamliner going to Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas. Brand new airplane, less than a year old. First flight of this airplane was November last year. What a backdrop. Too bad that the airplane is in the shade, is flying in the shade. Had it been properly illuminated by the sun, it would have made a more awesome shot, but still, yeah, there we go. As if God or whatever being controls the light has turned on the light. Makes for a better picture. Now, look at this, ladies and gentlemen, beautiful. Again, spectacular clouds. Pretty sure that if I would make a time lapse just from this cloud, you would see it bubble up and down. Beautiful. Josh, good morning. Checking in from California. Welcome, mate. sound of an old school A320 coming our way. Shamrock flight 603, Aer Lingus going back to Dublin, Ireland. This airplane is 18 years old, first flight June 2005. And indeed, Frank, cauliflower clouds would be a very appropriate description. Hey Gerrit, goedemorgen. Next up, Boeing 737-800, KLM flight 1127 going to Copenhagen. Right. Next up is going to be Delta. Delta Airlines flight 57. No. Looks like an aborted landing, aborted takeoff. Queen in the background. But the Neo is vacating and for now is not going to take off. Not sure why. Is anybody listening in on ATC? Has anybody heard anything? I was already waiting for the spool up sound. I thought I saw it move, but it was just taxiing to the exit. Okay, so Delta Airlines flight 57 to Salt Lake City, vacating and for now not taking off. Let's see if maybe after doing some checks they do come out again to the runway. So the next airplane is looking to become, yeah, KLM flight 1343, Embraer 175 going to Billund. 5-year-old airplane, first flight October 2017. Alright, well, Coming our way is KLM flight A119. Embraer 190 going to Stavanger. She's 14 years old. Her first flight was in June 2009. Right. Next up. Speedbird flight 429, Airbus A320, destination London Heathrow. The airplane 15 years old, first flight March 2008. So, the Delta A330 is still parked over there. Is it moving anywhere? I don't think it is. They are doing some checks. Means that all airplanes now coming will have to take off from the runway threshold. Oh wait, it is moving. It is moving. Interesting. Let's see what it is going to do. Well, hey Wilma, goedemorgen. Ryanair flight 421 will be next. Boeing 737-800 going to Dublin, Ireland. 17-year-old airplane, first flight March 2006. And to the left of me, another airplane taking off from center. So unfortunately, it is still being used for parallel departures. Although I do believe that the majority of the outbound traffic is coming to this runway. 737 is still waiting. I'm looking behind me to see if maybe the bird controller is doing something, but it isn't. It is on the move now, so nice. Hey Ian, good morning. Captain Cringe said they needed to move 200 meters forward for some reason. Could be that it is to allow traffic to depart from that entrance to the runway without forcing all traffic to go to the runway threshold all the way back. That could probably be it. Or if another airplane has to abort, at least it can use that runway to vacate, perhaps. On its way to Tallinn is Air Baltic flight 858. It is one of their many Airbus A220-300s. Well, not as quiet as a mouse, but for an airplane definitely as quiet as a mouse. 3-year-old airplane, first flight May 2020. Also still departures from center. Transavia on its way. Oh, and I do see a little contrail further in the distance, just behind the cloud, but... So there are airplanes with contrails up in the sky. Makes me immediately look around me to see if maybe I'm seeing any, but no luck yet. Going to Manchester. Boeing 737-800. KLM flight 1073 would this be? "16 years old. Nice when the sun is shining on it from this angle. Makes for a nice contrasty picture. Seems that wind is picking up just a little bit. And it looks like it is somewhat northerly. The wind is blowing the smoke from left to right, so that makes it a bit more likely that this runway will continue to be used for departures. Right, so Delta Airlines Flight 57 to Salt Lake City. Still standing there after aborted its departure. Its takeoff. Nou. Jens, goedemorgen. Marius, goedemorgen. I think Tower West. I think you need Tower West. And it just went off the radar. Another A330 from Delta is approaching. Going to Seattle. Not a Neo, but a 300. And another Delta A330 300 is also coming. So Delta A330 Fest about to go down. Designs by Jensen. Goedemorgen, good morning. Doing well, thank you for asking. Hope the same goes for you. Hey Ina, good morning, guten Morgen. Wie geht's? I'm doing well, thank you for asking. Tiger74, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. So departures from Polderbaan for the time being. Although center is also being used for departures at the moment. We're looking at a Delta Airlines A330 Neo that aborted its takeoff, vacated the runway, and since then has been parked over there. They're doing some troubleshooting, undoubtedly. So we'll have to see if it's going to make a right-hand turn later and fly out, or if it is maybe continuing to the left, exit stage left, going back to the gate. We'll probably see it later in the morning. Good morning to Hugo, who is transiting via Amsterdam in a few days. Well, if you're airside, I'm not sure you cannot go to the panorama terrace. I think if you're airside, you can just walk onto into any any gate, any wing. And I think the heavies are usually parked around, what was it? D, E, F? Indeed, Frank, first officer busy with the soldering iron. Horia, good morning. Welcome to the show. Alright, so there was also a bird control vehicle with flashlights driving that way, so maybe they're still checking something, which is probably why this A330 is holding short. Bird control vehicle is still inspecting by the looks of it. That's how I also sometimes feel driving around in circles. Right. Seems like a good moment to take a sip of water. Hey Infinity, goedemorgen. Indeed, again, Delta with problems. A330 Neo aborted its departure to Salt Lake City and now troubleshooting most likely over there. And Korean Symbols, good morning, welcome to the show, mate. Coming from South Korea, good to see you. Unfortunately, I don't know what your name is. I'm not able to read Korean, but welcome. Effie, good morning. Matthäus, good morning. Goedemorgen. And more Delta A330s. It is Ricebug. Haha. Ricebug, welcome to the show. All the way from South Korea. Nice to see viewers from all over the world tune into the channel. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, welcome as well. If you think, what is going on over here? Well, departures are going on. However, the leftmost Delta A330 aborted. These two are proceeding to the... We'll have to see what the Neo is going to do, if it is going to come to the runway eventually and take off, or if it is maybe going back to the gate because they weren't able to resolve whatever is going on right now. This is Delta Airlines Flight 143. Delta going to Seattle, Washington State, Airbus A330-300. Nice and noisy. Gear retracting normally. Nice backdrop and nicely illuminated. 8-year-old airplane, first flight January 2015. Ronald, goedemorgen. Thank you for the kind words, mate. Good to see you again. Hope you've had a good weekend. Next up is Delta Airlines Flight 135, another A330-300 going to Detroit, Michigan. This Airbus is 20 years old, first flight January 2003. Well, Ronald, considering the weather conditions, I've had a good weekend, but it was an unforeseen weekend of being off from streaming, which I did not anticipate. But, well, if you guys saw the Formula 1 yesterday, you guys will know what kind of weather we've had over the weekend. So I'm happy that I'm out here again, hopefully without any rain interruptions. Delta A330 Neo is still standing there. More Delta A330s are coming to Portland, to Atlanta, Dreamliner to Minneapolis. E2 Embraer 195, A319, A320 Neo. In the meantime, nothing is going on over there. Just have a look at the gorgeous clouds that are around me right now. So this is looking to the south. This is looking to the southwest. This is looking to the west. South, southeast, the east, northeast, and to the north. Not seeing any airplanes with contrails at the moment, but beautiful clouds nonetheless. Oh no, yeah. One teensy little airplane with a semi-contrail coming this way. Let's see if I can capture it. There we go. Looks like it is coming our way from... Well, at least traffic coming in from Frankfurt often take this route. Right now, hardly producing a contrail at all. Coming in from the southeast, flying to the northwest. It is still south of me and a little bit east of me. Getting close to flying directly over me. Looking at the wing shape. Could it be a Dreamliner? Let's see if I can continue to follow it. It's now directly over me, I think. As close by as it is going to get. And now flying away from me to the north. Oh, yeah. That had to happen eventually. Right. Let's see. Good morning, Sumo Burger. Tim Lawton, good morning. Real Greens, good morning. John Llewellyn, good morning. Ah, Air Canada Dreamliner. Thank you so much for that. Looking at the wing shape, I thought I recognized it as being a Dreamliner. Florian also confirming. Right, so we have a bunch of airplanes coming our way. They should become visible in the distance quite soon. I think I see the wing of the first airplane approaching. Let me also update the weather in the ticker. A couple of Delta A330s are underway. So the wind has... Okay, the wind is coming from 240 degrees, so 4 knots, southwesterly. If that continues to increase, I would not be surprised if maybe they would switch the runway usage to arrivals later. Still 4 knot wind is not, or 3 knot even in the METAR. It's not a lot. And 36 right is also being used for arrivals right now. Hey Janus, good morning. So, just updated the ticker with the latest weather report from 8:25 Zulu time. So EHAM, meaning Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. 280825Z means that it is a report from the 28th, i.e. today. 8:25 Zulu time, meaning 10:25 Central European time, the local time, which is visible in the bottom left corner of your screen. The wind is 240.03 kT, meaning 3 knots from 240 degrees, that is from the southwest. 150 V310 means the wind direction is variable between 150 degrees and 310 degrees, so a lot of variation. 9999 means visibility on ground level is 10 kilometers or more. Few 022 means few clouds at 2,200 feet. 18/13 means that the current air temperature is 18 degrees Celsius, so that is in the mid to high 60s Fahrenheit. And the dew point is 13 degrees Celsius, so relative humidity is quite low. 5 degrees difference between the temperature and the dew point. Q1012 means the QNH, or the barometric air pressure, is 1012 hectopascals, and no sig means no significant changes in the upcoming 2 hours are expected. Still parallel departures, as you guys can see, 36 left, this is the runway, we are standing next to it. And 36 center as well, arrivals take place on Kaagbaan and on Aalsmeerbaan. Our first airplane to take off has arrived on the scene. Fireworks being set off by the bird controller also. Hey, and the Delta A330 Neo is on the move. That is good news. Looks like it is coming this way, or at least is going to the runway threshold. This is SAS going to Copenhagen, A320 Neo, flight 552, 6-year-old airplane, first flight June 2017. Karen has been handcuffed, Frank says. Well, there definitely was a drunk Karen on board that Vueling flight the other day. I read in an article that the guy had a bottle of Jägermeister with him. Holy cow. Why? Right, so second attempt of the A330 Neo to Salt Lake City in a moment. It is in the left hand side of the screen and looking to be the next airplane. Although there's also an airplane over there, which I think will be next. This is KLM flight 1779 E2 Embraer 195 coming our way, flying to Hamburg. Brand new airplane. First flight of this airplane was in January this year. Next up is going to be the A319 from EasyJet. Two airplanes lined up right now. The airplane obviously to the left will depart first. KLM flight, EasyJet flight 22518 going to London Luton. 16-year-old airplane, first flight October 2006. And a lot of Delta A330s coming up. So if you don't like noisy airplanes that have a slow retracting landing gear, now's a good time to get a fresh cup of coffee, go do some shopping, some work, some school work, other stuff, because we're going to get a lot of A330s from Delta. To begin with, the second attempt of taking off of this Delta Airlines flight 57 going to Salt Lake City, or at least that's the goal. Spooling up. A330 Neo, 3 years old, first flight April 2020. Alright, so Karen or Kevin has been subdued. The first officer has welded everything back together that was broken. Cool. And Rosa X says, finally I will be flying next week. That is nice. Looking forward to that, I can imagine. Where will you be flying to then? Next airplane is a Dreamliner to Minneapolis, KLM flight 655, 7879 Dreamliner, 7 years old, first flight June 2016. Goedemorgen, very short clips. Thank you for the kind words and thank you for joining. Goedemorgen Anne. Hey Martin, goedemorgen. So we get a little interruption of the constant back-to-back A330s. Have some KLM Blue in between. Not too bad, Rosa. Going to Paris and then from Paris to Miami. Now, none of the two next airplanes will be going to Paris. In fact, they are going to Atlanta and Portland. Delta Airlines Flight 179 spooling up right now. Airbus A330-300 going to Portland, Oregon. 16-year-old airplane. First flight November 2006. Nice. Coming back home, Jerry. Hey Frank, goedemorgen. Dennemouse says center is closed, it seems. That would be nice. That would be a welcome change. See all outbound traffic come to this runway finally. We had to wait for it a while. Now just over 11 a.m. So this airplane is coming home to Jerry, to Portland in Oregon. The other one was going to Atlanta. This one to Portland. Delta Airlines Flight 179. This Airbus, 16 years old, first flight November 2006. Against a nice Dutch cloudy backdrop. Where is that previous airplane? Probably already went around the corner. Probably obscured by the clouds then. Alright, the next airplane to arrive over there, going to Johannesburg. 777. And in the meantime, thank you so much, Jerry, for your super chat, saying I will be watching out my window for its arrival. So that would be in 9 or 10 hours or so, probably. Hope you're up still then. What time will it be then? So it is. Oh wait, yeah, it's no. That's early morning. It's going to be the same time of day as it is right here, right now. Rosa asks, will I be there at Tuesday next week? Unfortunately, I won't be, Rosa. I don't stream on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Ooh, big ass spider on my tripod. Luckily, it wasn't attached, so I could blow it away. Hey Alvin, good afro mate. Yeah, weather has been a female dog to say the least. Quite a lot of showers. What's worse, yesterday it looked the entire day like it was going to rain constantly, with thunder showers and rain showers over the North Sea, slowly drifting land inward, and at least in the morning as it was doing that, it dissipated constantly. So in hindsight, I would have been able to stream in the morning yesterday, but it constantly looked like it was going to rain any time now. So yeah, not the stablest of weather. This is KLM flight 591 going to Johannesburg, South Africa. The airplane is 7 years old, first flight May 2016, 777-300ER. Big birds are coming. Hans has to go. Thank you so much for joining. Aphrodite also, see you later. First up, Boeing 737-800 Air Europa with a Panama sticker on the back. Let's see. Air Europa flight 1098 going back to Madrid. This airplane is 9 years old, first flight December 2013. And in the meantime, an American Dreamliner making its way over here, going to Philly. The 737 is on its way. At the moment, in the shade of a cloud, temporarily obscuring the sun over here. Right. In the meantime, I'm seeing a very nice super chat from Russell saying, Russell from Gemini Jets, I'm coming from Orlando in 2 weeks to attend the Amsterdam Aviation Collector Show. Anyone else? September 16th, 17th. Quickly back to the controls. Coming up next, American Airlines flight 203 going to Philadelphia, Boeing 7878. 3-year-old airplane. First flight of this airplane was in March 2020. Good morning to Guy, checking in from Luxembourg. Doing well, thank you for asking. Hope you're doing well as well, mate. Welcome to all other viewers as well. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. These are departures from the Polderbaan. With nice cloudy skies, beautiful lit, illuminated by the sun. Another Delta A330 in the distance is coming our way. Delta Airlines Flight 161 going to Minneapolis. A330-300. 16 years old. First flight July 2007. And the Portland bound A330 is arriving around noon, Jerry says, so that is nicely timed. More A330s are coming. Next up is going to be a KLM A330 going to Kigali, KLM flight 537. So if you dislike the noise the A330s are making, that is bad luck for you then. Also beautiful clouds over there, really lovely to see. Let me have a quick look at the LVNL website, what the current runway usage is. Alright, so this is the only runway in use for departures. Still the same, 2 runways being used for arrivals. I will update the ticker in a minute. First, let's watch the departure of KLM flight 537 going to Kigali, A330-300, 11 years old. First flight February 2012. Right. We're also going to see an A350 in a minute after these 2 smaller jets have departed. First up, Air France going to Paris Charles de Gaulle, A321. Flight 1341, 25-year-old airplane, first flight January 1998. Also a Grebe visible to the left of me, diving under again. Just contemplating filming it makes it dive under. They're telepathic, those Grebes, I tell you. Next up, KLM flight 1109, 737-800, going to Stockholm. 15-year-old airplane. First flight February 2008. Oh, and I recognize that all too much, Alvin. Going to the vet is stressful, not only for your pet, but also for you as the pet owner. Always happy when everything is over with. Terrible. A necessary evil, let's just call it that. A350, China Airlines, going to Taipei. A350-900, the first of the day. 6-year-old airplane. First flight February 2017. Madeira Aviation spotting, good morning. Barb's, good morning. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, good morning to you too. Hope all is well with all of you. I think it even looks better zoomed out when you can see the entire cloud as well. In the meantime, I saw that Jerry was so kind to donate 5 AMS Live memberships. Thank you so much for that, Jerry. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And congratulations to all new AMS Live members. And welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge for you guys. Embraer 175 going to Düsseldorf, KLM flight 1855. Light and climbing like a rocket. Just look at how high she is already. And indeed, Janet, beautiful cloud formations once again. Stability in the atmosphere has not yet fully returned, but it is much stabler than it was over the weekend. At least it is expected to stay mostly dry today. But we are able to enjoy beautiful cloud formations. And indeed, Rosa, that was a very fast takeoff. We're now waiting for the next airplane to take off, which is from Georgian Airways going to Tbilisi. It is moving right now, Boeing 737-800. First flight was in June 2009, making this airplane 14 years old. In the background, you will start to see another Delta A330, flight 47, going to New York JFK. There she is. So Koet over here, Reeb over there. I'm filming you, mate. Shouldn't you dive under? Well, the Greeb apparently doesn't have eyes in his back. The back of his head. Otherwise he would have dove under. Next up, Delta Airlines Flight 47 A330-300 going to New York, JFK. 8-year-old airplane, first flight June 2015. HK215, good morning. And you're welcome. Glad you're enjoying. Hope everybody is. Looking up and around me to see if I can spot a contrail. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Lovely cloudy formations. You can see them bulge up, evolve. Mr. Yorkshire Biker, good morning, mate. Good to see you, hope all is well. Next up, EasyJet flight 27803 A320 Neo going to Palermo. This airplane is a year old, first flight was July last year. The next airplane to take off in a few moments is going to be an A319 from EasyJet going to Manchester. In the meantime, Alvin, thank you so much, mate. Super chat saying, if you like both plane spotting and bird watching, then oh boy, do we have a channel for you. Absolutely. National Geographic AMS Live. That's the channel. Nou, Thijs, goedemorgen. BN Dutch, goedemorgen. Rain in Permanent. Well, the wind is blowing from the other way, so probably am going to be just fine over here. EasyJet flight 22162 A319 going to Manchester. 13 years old, first flight November 2009. So, at least earlier this morning, looking at the weather radar, it looked like in a higher atmosphere the wind is blowing from the northwest. So I think this is the direction I need to look in to see if it is going to stay dry or not. Now, I think you will all agree with me that these are friendly clouds, but not threatening rain clouds. Looking more in the vicinity of Purmerend, it does look a bit more dark and gloomy, so definitely would not be surprised if more showers were forming land inward, but I think also looking directly to the west, more open over here, I think we are good. We're still in the cover of the North Sea. I think the showers will form mostly more land inward, or at least that's what I'm hoping for. In the meantime, thank you so much for World of Tanks Johan 6 for a very generous super sticker, with the pair character bowing down and saying thank you. Well, thank you for your generous super sticker, my friend. It is you I should be thanking. Thank you. Good morning, Jeffrey, who is tuning in from Highcliffe, UK. Great stream, thank you. He says, and thank you so much, Jeffrey, for your kind words and for tuning in. Glad you're enjoying the show. Hope everybody is. Let me quickly go back to the camera controls. Our next airplane is coming this way, going to London Stansted, Airbus A319. And this airplane is 16 years old. First flight of this airplane was in March 2007. Gotcha. Right. The next airplane coming. E2 Embraer 195. Off to Bologna. Now, we'll have to wait a moment for the next airplane to arrive. I can already see something coming our way in the distance. You never have to wait very long. Let's see what is coming our way. 737s, A320 leading the pack. Ah, 777 also on its way. Delta A350 also active on the platform. Would be nice to see another A350. Are there also any more 747s outbound? Did not check actually. but I'm not sure if we are going to see any. Also, did anybody pick up what was going on with that Delta A330 Neo earlier? Hey, I'm hearing an airplane that is flying over me. Spotted it flying from west to east north of me. So again, it is flying mostly west to east, just a little north of me. Has already passed me, probably now over Zaandam Purmerend. No, Zaandam not Purmerend, maybe even further to the west already. Maybe going to Almere. Again, not extremely extensive formation of contrails today. It was more that I heard it than that I saw it. Not seeing any other airplanes moving in the sky at the moment. Looking around, we do have some nice open patches. The sun being out, of course. This is looking to the south, but more upward. Looking to the southwest and upward and to the west. Really nice and open. Definitely more clouds land inward and to the north of me. Oh, back to manual focus. Alright, coming up, A320 Neo. SmartLynx flying for SAS flight 556, going to Stockholm. A320, 16 years old, first flight November 2006. Okay, so BN Dutch listened in on ATC but wasn't able to hear anything. Audio quality was poor. Listening on what happened or might have happened with the Delta crew or the Delta airplane. I want to keep lingering on the cloud formations, but I'm hearing airplanes spool up in the distance already. This one going to Budapest, KLM flight 1975, Boeing 737-800. 23-year-old airplane, first flight July 2000. And Frank was saying that what I was looking at was a 777 from Dubai to Manchester. Well, that can be, because it was flying from west to east. So maybe from Manchester to Dubai then? George, goedemorgen. Designs by Jensen says Lufthansa 747-800 passing over shortly. Where is it coming from? From Frankfurt? At least then I'll know in which direction I need to look for the contrail, namely somewhere over here. Droogbier, goedemorgen. Right, coming up, Sun Express flight 845 going to Izmir, Turkey, 737-800. 11 years old, first flight March 2012. Alright, I'm not seeing any contrails in front of me or behind me, so that 747 was probably flying still too low. Noticed that the other day, saw an airplane by accident, wasn't producing a contrail, had a look on flight radar, 32,000 feet. Later I saw it form a contrail and it had climbed to 35,000 feet, so subtle differences like that can make the difference between seeing a contrail or not in some instances. Marsje 80 says, morning boy, great stream again. Thank you so much for that, Marsje. And thank you for joining. Glad you're enjoying, hope everybody is. The next airplane to take off, lining up right now, United Airlines Flight 21. Going to Houston, Texas, Boeing 777-200 ER, 16 years old, first flight March 2007. Let's see how she's going to sound. Right. Triple from Dubai to Dublin in a few minutes. Now, where is it going to pass? Is it north of me or south of me? Not seeing anything just yet. Paul has to go. Thank you for joining. RDB, goedemorgen. And also John Singleton, good morning mate. Hope all is well. While we're waiting for the next air traffic, we can enjoy beautiful cloud formations, beautifully illuminated by the sun. It's everywhere. This is looking to the south to southeast, to the north also, to the northwest also some clouds. Most open right now would be to the southwest or to the west. No contrails to be seen. But we are seeing new traffic in the distance. And center has opened again. Aphrodite is saying that is not good news, but inevitable. So that was only a short 40 minutes that we could enjoy this as the only runway for departures. United Airlines Flight 908, Boeing 7878, Dreamliner going to Chicago O'Hare. And is that another 777? I think it is, landing in the distance. Nice duo shot. Now this airplane is 9 years old, had its first flight in October 2013. Monica, good morning. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. EPRZ Plane Spotting says hello. Oh, good morning, mate. Lucasson, good morning. Lieve, goedemorgen. Welcome one and all. So, no new traffic just yet. We'll have to wait a little bit. In the meantime, beautiful cloud formations further up. Looks like the next airplane to approach this runway is going to be an A319 going to London Heathrow. Quite a lot of airplanes are active on the platform. Let's have a look and see. 777 to Shanghai. Looks like it is turning around the center runway and not taxiing towards it, so that is good news. Is that a Turkish A330 that just took off? I think it is. So a measly 40 minutes of Polderbaan being the only runway in use. Fireworks being set off by bird control vehicle. Where is it? Hey. Are they driving vans these days? Interesting. Something I have never seen before. Not seeing it properly, but there does seem to be a bird on the side of the vehicle behind the window. So obviously bird control vehicles also driving around in vans. Learn something new every day. So, while we're waiting for traffic coming this way, and Mrs. Professor has to go, we're waiting for the next traffic and looking at some beautiful cloud formations in the meantime. Looks like the first airplane to take off from either of the two runways. It's now climbing out. Little Embraer. $175 going to Genoa. Spectacular clouds in the distance. This is looking to the southeast. And indeed, Hans, beautiful clouds. Janijts, goedemorgen. Or is it? Yeah, still a few minutes before it's noon o'clock. Hey Ton, goedemiddag. May switch to landings on polder. Okay, that is nice. The meter was already mentioning that the wind was picking up and blowing from the south west, so I already anticipated the possibility of a runway change setting up over here. Let's see how it evolves. First, a departure, British Airways flight 431, going to London Heathrow, A319, 22-year-old airplane, first flight May 2001. And I'm not seeing any honey buzzards at all, Lance. I think that was a one-off photo op. All the lanterns are devoid of any birds at the moment. Also on the other side, unfortunately, the same picture. Right, so coming up, a couple of big birds. Hey, and that's interesting. The 777-200 to YYZ is crossing center. So, are they really opening up center then? Or was that just a one-off, two-off departure? By the way, is this landing on center or is this landing on... Yeah, no, that's 3-6 right probably. Yeah, that has to be. But that 777 from KLM is now crossing the runway. That's interesting. Hey Lars, goedemorgen. And thank you for your kind words. Be in Dutch. We'll definitely try to keep up the good work. While we're waiting, and a couple of big birds are coming, why not have a look at the clouds in the distance, shall we? Also a good moment for me to rehydrate a little bit. Also looking around, see if maybe I can spot a contrail, but that unfortunately I do not. The next airplane is however approaching, So let's have a look at it. There we go. Triple 7 to Shanghai. Making its way over to the runway threshold. Delta A330 to Boston is coming next. And here's that triple, oh no, the 777 is behind the tower then, and the fire station, or is it? No, that's not an E2. I think that is the triple 2 YYZ that we saw cross the runway instead of going around. Windsock in the middle of the screen, hardly moving. And an E2 Embraer 195 behind it. Hey, and no problem, Lance. I'm always scanning around me. If I see something, I will definitely point the camera towards it. You can rest assured. Next up, China Southern Cargo, flight 496, going to Shanghai. This is a 777 freighter, 3 years old, first flight February 2020. And Swaley, bom dia to you too. Hope all is well. Moped passing by on the cycling path, as you guys probably heard. We do have a bird on one of the lanterns now, but I think it is just Russell or one of his bros. Okay, so the center is in fact still being used for departure, so it was just a lucky break that the 777 was able to cross the runway and not had to go around it. Nice little time saver for them. Next up, Delta Airlines flight 259 going to Boston, Massachusetts, A330-300, 19 years old, first flight March 2004. Right, now boom, fireworks set off by the bird controller, or maybe it was just the judge giving the green light for the departure. Going to Toronto, Canada, 777-200 KLM flight 691. It is a 200 ER, 19 years old. 19-year-old airplane. First flight was in September 2003 already. And that bird control van is standing over there. We already heard some explosives just now. And another departure from a center. Croatia Airlines by the looks of it. Probably returning to Zagreb. Right, the lights are going on. She's ready to go. E2 Embraer 195 going to Bergen, KLM flight 1187. 2-year-old airplane, first flight January 2021. And it is on the move. Nice backdrop against which the airplane is climbing out. In the meantime, thank you so much Aphrodite for gifting 5 AMS Live memberships. You really shouldn't have. You moderating is more than enough support of the channel already, but thank you so much nonetheless. And welcome to all the new members of the Aurora Sky Lounge. We're hearing some fireworks being set off by the bird controller in the distance. Another departure from center. Also a departure over here. The KLM Embraer 190. That is on its way to Aberdeen. Flight 1445. 11 years old. First flight January 2012. And again, it seems that the wind is picking up, at least in the port area, a little bit more. On one occasion you see the smoke rise vertically, and now a bit more horizontal movement. Still nothing too significant. This is KLM flight 1845 going to Vienna, Boeing 737-800. Look at the straight line between the white and the blue. This is the penultimate iteration of the livery of KLM. Not the latest, but the previous one with the straight line. Some are still flying around in that livery. This airplane is 15 years old. First flight was in January 2008. Good morning to Ying Cathay Spotter. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Now, what is happening? Movement on the platform. A330 Neo to New York JFK is on the taxiway around the runway threshold. Same goes for the A321 from Finnair to Helsinki. I'm curious to see what the A350 from Singapore Airlines is going to do. Has been pushed back. Will it take off from center? I think it will, but who knows, we might get lucky. We'll have to wait just a little bit for the next airplane to arrive. Giving me some time to thank Colin for just becoming a member of the Aurora Sky Lounge. Thank you so much for your support there, mate. And Herman was informing us that that 737 is the only KLM aircraft still flying with that old quote-unquote livery. So rather unique then. Although not sure if I like it better than the newest iteration. The curvature does make it a bit more flowy, for lack of a better word. Beautiful clouds forming in the distance. And some airplanes taking off from center in the meantime. More Embraers exiting, leaving the country, fleeing. KLM flight 1303, Embraer 190 going to Toulouse. 13 years old, first flight October 2009. Right, well, looks like the first airplane to come to this runway is going to be the A330 Neo to New York JFK. Still has to go around the taxi, around the threshold before coming this way. Singapore Airlines A350 seems to be on the taxi way to the threshold of center. So that is a bit of a bummer, but not too unexpected. Right. I'm hearing a police helicopter on the other side. Doing a little patrol. That helicopter turning towards us or away from us. I think it might be coming our way. Or not. Well, it's hard to see. I think it is moving away. Alright. Meanwhile, that bird control van just passed me by behind me. Now standing over here. Will we be hearing some fireworks being set off or not? Looking around me, still not seeing any contrails, even though there are big patches of blue sky right now. Behind me and in front of me. So I suppose not all airplanes at altitude are now producing contrails. Bit of a pity. Nice big patches of blue sky over here to the front of me, to the side of me, and also still behind me. Oh, I do see an airplane coincidentally. Now, without a contrail, of course, very hard to capture it. Lucky shot there. So that is moving to the northwest, and it is already northwest of me. Hard for me to see any details. I just coincidentally saw it. More lucky than anything. Now, 4 airplanes are on the move over here. The pack is being led by an A330 Neo. And they are coming over there. I think that's the Neo. I see curved winglets. Right, Singapore Airlines A350 now also taking off from center, I think. Let's see, I think I have it already. Yep, there it is. Singapore Airlines Flight 323. A350-900 going to Singapore. Beautiful airplane, 4 years old. Her first flight was in June 2019. All right. Let's see. We should also start to see some airplanes in our vicinity. The pack being led by an A330 Neo going to New York JFK. There it is. It's going to be followed by an A321 from Finnair going to Helsinki. I'm thinking it might go ahead of the A330. As the A330 is taxiing towards the threshold, the A321 can continue taxiing on dead ahead. Straight ahead. And onto the entrance I'm often standing in line with. There it is, Finnair. It is a bit slow by the looks of it, so I'm not sure if maybe it is going to take a left-hand turn after all. Just follow suit, go to the threshold. It looks like it is turning. Okay, so they're all going to the runway threshold by the looks of it. And thank you for your kind words there, Colin. Glad you're liking it. So, Another A330 Neo. This one going to New York JFK, Delta Airlines Flight 49. She's 1 year old. First flight was in July 2022. In the meantime, the wind is definitely picking up, and it looks like it is blowing a little bit from the northwest. So that means there is still headwind for airplanes taking off to the north, as these are right now. Hey, and another 747 landing. Singapore Airlines by the looks of it, or is it? Hard to see from over here. Not sure if I can still see something over there. Yeah, the tail. The tail. Only just. Right, A321 going to Helsinki, Finnair, flight 1302, 5-year-old airplane. First flight of this airplane was in July 2018. Nice cloudy backdrop. Thank you, Alfredita. Cargolux Italia from Nairobi, that was. And no, yeah, still the same camera. I've been using it all the time. Absolutely no reason to upgrade that at all. Alrighty. Next up is KLM flight 1145, Embraer 190 going to Oslo. First flight of this airplane was in January 2014, making this 9 years old. Airplane's taking off from center as well. More Embraers, more Embraers, more Embraers. What would be an Amsterdam show without countless Embraers. Absolutely nothing. And in the meantime, Hans, thank you so much for your ongoing support and congratulations. Nice indeed, 1 month of AMS Live membership. Thank you for your support there, mate. Next up is SAS flight 822 going to Oslo, A320 Neo. Brand new, meaning less than a year old. The first flight of this airplane, in fact, was February this year. Still gorgeous cloud formations in the distance visible, beautifully illuminated by the sun. In the meantime, KLM Flight 1281 is lining up in the distance going to Edinburgh. It is a Boeing 737-800. It is 15 years old already. The first flight of this airplane was in April 2008. Is that a seagull? I think it is. Hard to see from over here. And that would be ITA Airways, beautiful Azzurro A320 Neo on its way back to Rome. Meanwhile, the next airplane is coming our way. Gives me a chance to say thank you to Hans for a very generous super chat saying, if you like AMS Live, raise your hand. If not, raise your standards. Wise words indeed. Wise words indeed. Let me also quickly go to the laptop to... Well, I'm already at the laptop, but let me go to Flight Radar and update the ticker with the latest weather. Have a look and see what the wind is doing. It is picking up just a little bit. From 310 degrees, 4 knots at least. Still from the north-ish. That is good. So no runway changes are expected then anytime soon. Quickly back to the camera. Embraer 190 going to Gothenburg. KLM flight 1157 this was, and it's 13 years old. First flight was in August 2010. Would have been nice if the clouds, well, no, I think it's good as it is, but it's always nice if the clouds are a bit lower and you see them fly through it and you see the vortices that are forming as an airplane just clears the clouds. The next airplane to arrive is coming over there. Worldwide, not a very often seen airplane, but over here it is almost a daily visitor. A United Airlines Boeing 767-400, so a bit of a stretch version of the more frequently seen 300s. Worldwide, not many were produced, but these are definitely rare. But for some reason, United has been flying one from between Washington and Amsterdam on a daily basis, almost, if not a daily basis, for several months now. So if you're watching only Amsterdam-based streams, you see it very often and you're maybe falsely inclined to think it is a more frequently seen airplane than it actually is. But it is coming. It is probably going to be the next airplane. More big birds are also active on the platform. We'll have to wait and see what will come after that. But we are going to stick around and we'll see as time will tell. In the meantime, thank you so much, World of Tanks Johan6, for another generous super chat there. Thank you so much for that, my friend. And also, thank you, JD, for gifting an AMS Live membership. Thank you so much for that. And Dav was gifted the membership, so congratulations, Dav. Now, airplanes are on the move everywhere. The 767-400 is getting closer by. The next airplane behind it is going to be an E2 Embraer 195, also making its way over there. In the background we saw a 777 that taxied away from us, but oh, and that is going to the center runway by the looks of it. That is a bit of a bummer. Aegean A321, no, that is also lining up for center. Center, still the hub where all the small birds are taking off from. More Embraers, more Embraers. In the meantime, in the water all has gone quiet, interestingly enough. Well, not the water itself, that has become a bit more ripply, but in terms of the birds, they seem to have gone into hiding. Might also have something to do with the presence of these vehicles patrolling. Now, big patch of blue sky over here. I'm not seeing any contrails. I'm still looking to see if maybe there is something nice coming our way. The only thing nice visible in the distance right now are those impressive cloud formations and being so beautifully illuminated by the sun. Meanwhile, back at the runway threshold, the 767-400 is lining up. Going back to Washington DC, Washington Dulles International. United Airlines flight 947. It is a Boeing 767-400ER, 22 years old. First flight of this airplane was in September of the year 2000. And she's moving. Yorkshire is having a very late breakfast on the bank holiday that you guys are having in the UK right now. Well, it's still before noon, so it technically still counts as a breakfast and not brunch. Lights go on. E2 Embraer 195 coming this way is KLM flight 1201, destination Stavanger. The airplane is a year old. First flight was in March 2022. Right. PVK train says A380 from Dubai to Glasgow should be going overhead about 40 to 45 kilometers north. That is pretty far to the north. Just looking to see if I'm seeing anything. But that is pretty far north of me. And also a bit obscured by clouds. Not sure if I'm able to see anything. I'm looking in this direction to see if I'm seeing anything in the distance. Clouds are only getting even prettier, if you ask me. And what's best is that they're all far away, directly over me, nearly entirely blue, the most open part of the sky. And all around me the clouds are forming at a distance. Lovely to see in the distance. Probably also pretty for the pilots flying today. Going through the clouds, flying just over them or in between them. The next airplane to come this way is A777 from China Eastern. I thought it was going to the center runway, but it has in fact gone around it and coming this way. 777. Let me clear the... Right, so where's that A380 then? Not seeing it. Oh, it has already passed. There is a 777 to New York JFK flying somewhere over there. Should be flying over there somewhere. Not seeing any contrails. Just looking to see. Oh, you guys are not looking where I am looking. Apologies. So this is looking to the northeast approximately. Just seeing if maybe the 777 to New York JFK is visible. From Kuwait Airways, should be a little bit further over there. Not seeing it, but it is still a bit further to the east, so... Oh wait, I do see a remnant of a contrail. Already dissolved. So whatever was forming the contrail is now flying behind this bit of cloud. No, unfortunately nothing to see. Hey Berend, goedemiddag. Arjen, goedemiddag. Right. In the meantime, a 777 from China Eastern is taxiing towards the runway threshold. More departures take place from center, such as this 737 from Transavia. And in the south, beautiful cloud formations. Now, let's see. It looks like Garuda and the A350 are going to take off from center. So we'll have to keep that in mind. Looks like two narrow bodies are first to take off, giving us some time to follow the departure of this China Eastern Airlines 777-300ER on its way to Shanghai. 8-year-old airplane, first flight November 2014. And Miguel, good morning, checking in all the way from Uruguay. You're up early then. Must be at least 6 hours earlier than it is over here. And you're absolutely right in that those clouds do look like thunderstorms forming, Jerry. Not sure if they're going to go all the way to Germany, but they are definitely an indication of instability in the atmosphere. Happy to report that where the wind is blowing from is over there. And this is what it looks like, so we're good here. This is looking to the north, northeast, east, southeast and south. Way, contrail visible. South of me, twin engine flying from west to east, and it is already southeast of me. Also, I think that is Garuda. Taking off from center. So Garuda Indonesia, flight 89, on its way to Jakarta. I think that is like something of a 13-hour flight, if I recall correctly. The airplane is 9 years old, 777-300ER. First flight of this airplane was in April 2014. Next up from center is going to be Cathay Pacific. I see it already. The A350-1000 going to Hong Kong. Cathay Pacific flight 270 going to Hong Kong, A350-1000, 4 years old. First flight February 2019. Pity to see those two beautiful airplanes take off from a distance, but the upshot of parallel departures is at least that with this camera you can zoom in reasonably and still see some of it. De Sparta Rotterdam, goedemiddag. Alright, now let's have a look. Looks like the next airplane is going to be an E2 Embraer 195 and a Delta A330 behind it. The E2 is coming. The A330 is going to turn around the corner quickly. In the meantime, thank you so much, Chavs, for your ongoing support. Celebrating 3 months of AMS Live membership. Saying thanks always, boy, for great streams and commentary. Well, thank you so much for your ongoing support, mate. Glad you're still enjoying everything. Now, the Delta A330 is also coming this way. Let me also have a look and see what more is coming. Embraer 190, Embraer 190. Let me enable a filter once again. Gives a little bit more clarification. Dreamliner to Oranjestad from TUI. 777 to Tel Aviv, but that is probably going to take the not a kite, but a predator bird, a bird of prey. Not really sure what it is, because it is a bit did it go? Did it already see something? Oh wait. Oh well. Right, E2 Embraer 195. On the front of the livery you should have been able to see a 1700 E-Jet sticker. Although looking at the picture on Flight Radar it does look subtle. Going to Billund. Brand new airplane. Next month it is going to be a 1 year old. So nearly a year old actually. Evasive maneuvers. Right. Next up, A330 300 Delta Airlines going to Boston. Flight 98, 92. Slowly but surely making its way over to the runway threshold, giving me some time to look at what is coming next. Which, by the looks of it, isn't much. Hey, Evan. Good to see you, man. Did not expect to see you on the stream this time of day. Knowing you're typically up during the nights. I figured you were probably already asleep or at work or something. Hope all is well. Right, so it is continuing its taxi. Don says photo view says A380 landing in 2 minutes. What runway? Probably the one on the other side of the airfield, right? Must cargo. Oh yeah. Alright, so on the move now, going to Boston, Delta Airlines, flight 9892. 19-year-old airplane, first flight March 2004. A380 looks like it is going to 36 right, so exactly on the other side of the airfield. You are able to see something from over here, but it's similar to when it lands on runway 27. You can probably just about make out that it is an A380. That is about it. Let me have a look. It is now number 2. So first would be the 737, just left of the tower. Let's see if we can follow along to the background. Alright, so there is the A380. Now number 2, flying in the vicinity of Meidrecht and Uithoorn, really far out. Going to runway 36 right to land. Emirates flight 147, standard livery by the looks of it. Followed by 548 people, number 8 worldwide. Arriving from Dubai. Looks like the flight time is a bit shorter than normally would be the case. Normally they are almost, well, no, it's just a few minutes. 6 hours and 23 minutes at the moment. So that is still the nominal flight time, I think. The airplane is 13 years old already, one of their older A380s coming in today. First flight of this A380 was in April 2010. Well, I'm still happy to see you today, Evan. Hope all is well otherwise. So yeah, it is an A380. We're in luck that visibility today is better than it was on Saturday, with the mist making it still hazy. Coming in on the Aalsmeerbaan. Now unfortunately the terminal building is in between the runway and our field of view from over here, which is directly adjacent to the tower that you also see in the distance. Probably are not going to see anything of the rollout because all the trees are obscuring it. Not really sure if the runway is still there and if it is, if the A380 will still reach that part of the runway. Probably not. So that was the daily A380 landing on the runway furthest removed from where we are standing. In the meantime, all 777-200 just took off back to Tel Aviv. All flight 338 777-200 ER. The airplane is 16 years old. First flight was in June 2007. Right. Lovely blue sky behind me. To the north, west, west, southwest. In other words, there where the North Sea is, it looks still nice and blue. Probably when I drive home, which is also close to sea, will probably be even bluer sky than over here. Beautiful cloud formations still visible to the south, to the southeast. Still very much instability in the atmosphere. In the meantime, our next airplane has arrived, an Embraer 190 going to Aalborg, flying for KLM, German Airways. Flying as KLM flight 1333. This Embraer 190 is 15 years old and its first flight was in January 2008. Interesting to see that the TUI Dreamliner to Oranjestad of all places is looking to line up on the center runway. That is really weird, but it is lining up. That is odd. Why isn't it going to the polar bound for departure? Huh. Weird. Now taking off from center, TUI flight. What is it? Too late. Oh, no. There we go. TUI flight 381 going to Willemstad. No, Oranjestad. Aruba. Taking off from center. weird, this. Boeing 7878 with a Western destination. Vehicle is 9 years old. First flight May 2014. And the tractor is coming this way on the cycling path. Just passed me by. All right, now taking off from our runway is KLM flight 1129 in the SkyTeam livery, Boeing 737-900 going to Copenhagen. The airplane is 22 years old. First flight was in June 2001. Right. Looked like my chat was frozen for a moment. Hopefully it is okay now. When messages get too long and I have to scroll to the right to see the entire message, then sometimes the chat window freezes and new messages no longer get added to the screen. So I'm hoping things have now resolved. Now, what is coming next? Looks like it is busy over at the threshold of center with a 777 going to Dubai from Emirates. Now number 2 in the queue. Dreamliner to LAX is taxiing. We'll probably come to this runway. Also Dreamliner to Austin. 777 to Sao Paulo. Now that is definitely a candidate for a departure from Polderbaan. But then again, if a 2E2 Oranjestad takes off from center, who knows what they might do with these airplanes as well. Arrivals on Kaagbaan 06, still in progress. Not an extremely whole lot what you can see from over here. Maybe here. Just a little glimpse. Yeah. Right, so now on the threshold of center, Emirates flight 146 going back to Dubai, 777-300 ER, 6 years old. First flight October 2016. And another machine coming this way. Not a tractor, but a shovel or something. Alright. I think you guys could already see her on the right hand side and now in the middle. Right, now let's see what is coming next. Hey Paula, goedemiddag. Leen, tot ziens. Right, so we have a couple of heavies that are coming this way. Time to stock up on some hydration. And no, Dev, I did not watch Zandvoort yesterday. Last time I followed Formula 1 was when Papa Verstappen was still racing and occasionally ending up in the gravel alongside the circuit. Back in the time, Schumacher, Hakkinen and Kimi Räikkönen was the upcoming man back then. Right, indeed a contrail, Gerrit was already remarking. Little twin jet passing from, what is it, south east to northwest. Alright, TUI to Curaçao also going to the center runway. It is incredible. Really don't understand what's going on over here today. And here is the contrail. Is that a Dreamliner? Wings look a bit Airbusy, but I I'm just seeing the airplane and the contrail, and that is it. Right. Now we are expecting a few big birds. They are making their way over here. Yorkshire says A330 from Frankfurt to JFK. That is very well possible. Oh, was it a stripy Condor? Did not see that on my little 3-inch screen. This does look like the Dreamliner in the KLM 100 years livery coming our way. So let's see. I'm further to the main platform area on flight radar. I see that the Dreamliner to Curaçao is now taking off, so let's follow it. There it goes. Right, TUI for some reason today taking off from center. Although it does provide a nice sideways shot. Now, let's see. Haha, Evan, you're addressing me on my weakest flaw. Being patient is something I am absolutely not. Never have been, nor will I ever be, I think. I'm always impatient. With other people, with myself, with everything. Right, in the distance, in the KLM 100 years livery is a Dreamliner going to LAX. KLM flight 603, Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner, 4 years old, first flight June 2019. And the Dreamliner is following its smaller sibling, going to Austin, Texas. And good afternoon to 68 Twig, and to Ricardo, and to Ronald. Hope everybody is doing alright. We've had sunshine over here all morning now, with the occasional cloud. Lovely weather, beautiful clouds. Beautiful start of the week so far. Lovely cloudy backdrop. Now, if only the sun would illuminate. Yeah, there we go. Switch on the light. That makes it picture perfect. Right. The next airplane is making its way over here. The mid-size Dreamliner, smaller sibling of the airplane we saw take off just now. This is KLM flight 667, Boeing 7879. The mid-size. Going to Austin, Texas in a few moments. This airplane is 7 years old. First flight was in March 2016. And Oran says, hello from Ireland. I'm saying hello to you too, my friend. Hope all is well. Now after this Dreamliner 9, we are going to see another Dreamliner 10. It is coming over here, slowly but surely. Going to Chicago O'Hare. Dreamliner to Rio de Janeiro, going to center, and the same goes for the 777 to Sao Paulo. That is a bit of a disappointment. So big birds are now also taking off from center. Curious to see how things will go from next week onwards. Kaagbaan will be closed due to yearly maintenance from September 4th until, I believe the planning was September 12th. So that's bound to lead to more traffic to the other runways. Yeah, big bird departing over here, big bird departing over there. That is not going to change. Although we will have to wait a little bit for the next Dreamliner to take off from Polderbaan. This is the Dreamliner 10 going to Chicago. So the next airplane taking off from center I could already see and will become visible over there in a minute. Which is also a 7879 going to Rio de Janeiro. KLM flight 705. Which is 7 years old. First flight January 2016. Right, KLM flight 611, Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner going to Chicago O'Hare. The airplane is 3 years old, first flight October 2019, and the tractor is coming back at the same time. and the triple to Sao Paulo. KLM flight 791 taking off from center. 777-300 ER, 11 years old. Right, now let's have a look. Is there anything coming this way or isn't there? Play A320 Neo. The rest all seems to be going to the center runway. Firefighter truck, or at least it says firefighters on the tin. Brandweer. Any birds over there? Not that I can see. No other birds on the lanterns. Right. The only airplane I can see come this way is the A320 Neo from Play. A lot of the outbound traffic now seems to be going to the center runway. Right, well, it seems that everything is slowing down, so I suppose maybe the Play A320 is then the last airplane of the day. Hopefully things will be a bit better later in the week, both in terms of weather and in terms of traffic. Still lovely clouds over here. Looking land inward. Beautiful cloud formations today. That is definitely something you don't see every day. Transavia. Also just taken off. Gerrit, spreek je later. Fijne dag verder. En eet smakelijk. Bon appetit. Particularly looking to the south, the cloud formations are most interesting to look at. Indeed, on a cauliflower. Oh, wow! I'm getting a notification of a very generous PayPal donation by Jaap de Vries. Thank you so much for that generous donation, Jaap. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. Hope you're still watching this. Hopefully you can hear me say thank you. That is a big donation. Thanks, man. Really appreciate it. Well, looking at Flight Radar, I can see that there is an Emirates Sky Cargo triple going to Dubai. So let me turn the camera and focus on it. I think I see it already in the distance. We're still waiting for that playtime, that Playmobil. No, that's something different altogether. Here we go. There you go. Emirates Sky Cargo, flight 9916, going to Dubai. The airplane is 8 years old. First flight October 2014. And it is a 777 freighter. Glad to see that you are still listening in and heard me say thank you, Jaap. Dankjewel. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you so much. People talking about eating cauliflower. Well, guess what? Yesterday I made sauerkraut. It was so rainy and gloomy. Already purchased a pack of sauerkraut, which I prepared using a vegetarian bratwurst. Winter food, but yeah, winter is coming, as they said in Game of Thrones, and so too winter is coming in the Netherlands, or the Northern Hemisphere in general. Now, let me do a quick double check. There is a 777 to Oranjestad. And there's an A3... Huh? Wait a minute. There's an A330 and a 777 that are looking to cross runway center, taking the shortcut. Now obviously it is nicer to end the stream with heavies than with bright red plain Neos. Obviously, if those two airplanes are coming, I will stick around for them. Looks like they are crossing the runway, shortcutting. Anna says KLM Cargo landing 06. I'm looking in the background to see if I can see anything. Not yet. It does look like that cauliflower cloud is forming a shower in the distance, looking at how dark it looks below it. Wouldn't be surprised if it did. Now, not seeing the KLM Cargo, so let me zoom in on the Play A320 Neo then. Going back to Reykjavik. Play flight 461. A320 Neo, 6 years old already. And that's not KLM cargo. Has it landed already? Or is it still further out? Let's have a look. First of all, are those two heavies coming? Oh, 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 oh! It looks like they have closed the center runway, since they are now all going to the north and crossing. So there might be some more action after all. Is that I all of a sudden have a deja vu to that moment where we had, what was it, 14 airplanes back to back? Had that rush hour peak when I was filming on the other side of the runway. Right. The pack will be led by a 737-900 going to Malaga. Here we have the pipeline visualized. I can only explain what we are now seeing because the center runway has closed again for departures. I was thinking exactly the opposite, Aphrodite. I thought it was quiet, knowing that there is a bank holiday in the UK. We had more viewers earlier in the stream. It's actually quite quiet now, relatively speaking. But that might change soon, because there is a batch of airplanes coming over, so we will be seeing some back-to-back action. Granted, traffic has been rather slow today. I think it has to do with the center runway having been used for parallel departures. Well, almost most of the time we've been streaming here. Right, the first airplane is taking off. Boeing 737-900 going to Malaga, KLM flight 1039. The airplane is 19 years old. First flight was in April 2004. And still, looking at the big picture to the north, northwest, west, absolutely no signs of rain over here anytime soon. Ah, Elvin's comments are coming through again. I was already beginning to wonder. Lining up in the distance is an A330-200 going to Aruba Oranjestad. KLM is taking this runway, unlike TUI this day. KLM flight 765 coming our way. Probably going to be a bit loud, a bit noisy, but that's how we like it. The airplane is 17 years old. First flight October 2005. 777 is looking to be next unless one of the smaller planes precedes shortcuts, but probably isn't going to happen. We haven't seen Suriname Airways, have we? Don't they fly on Mondays, or are they flying in on Mondays? I don't recall having seen it. Bombini na Aruba! Absolutely. Now, next up, 777-200. Flying from AMS to NA. Flight number NA. Not available. 777-200ER. 18 years old. First flight November 2004. No idea where it's going to. Again, weird. A nice growl. Oh. Looking up, I'm hearing something. The sound of an airplane passing at great altitude, but I'm not seeing any contrails. It's a thing we've seen before quite regularly lately, that even when there are blue skies, you don't always see all the contrails. Now, there is an airplane lined up already in the distance. That is an Embraer 175 from KLM going to Hamburg. And there is an A330. I think before the A330 we are first going to see Vueling, which also seems to be having a sticker on the front of its fuselage. This is KLM flight 1781, Embraer 175, destination Hamburg, 5-year-old airplane, first flight January 2018. And it is on the move. What's the UK ATC issue going on right now, Yorkshire? Apparently I've missed something going on right now. Is there a national ATC problem or something? Next up, KLM A330-200. No, of course not. just kidding. Vueling flight 8303 to Barcelona first. Airbus A320-200, 8-year-old airplane. On the move. First flight November 2014. And then we'll see the A330-200. Nothing to see on this livery on this side. When I was waiting there, it looked like there was a sticker on the front of the fuselage. Was that just something in the foreground making it look like there was a sticker on the airplane? Would have been weird to have just a sticker on one side. Right. Oh, wow. The entire national digital air traffic control system has failed. Just breaking on BBC News right now. Holy moly. That's something you think would never happen with all the backup systems they supposedly have. Wow. Wonder what it looks like on flight radar now over UK airspace then. Seems like a bit of a pickle if you cannot control any airplanes. So anyway, this was KLM flight 459. Taking off against a nice cloudy backdrop. A330-200 going to Kuwait City. Currently affecting all flights due to fly into or out of UK Kingdom airspace. Breaking news. Wow. UK National Air Traffic Services has confirmed technical issues and that it has applied traffic flow restrictions to maintain safety. Okay, restrictions. Not outright grounding everything, apparently. Next up, KLM flight 1623 Embraer 190 going to Milan. 14 years old, first flight January 2009. Well, I think you might be right there. A lot of planes waiting to land. Probably full traffic patterns, full holding patterns everywhere. We do have some good activity by the looks of it in the water. Embraer 175 coming our way. KLM flight 1755 going to Bremen in Germany. The airplane is 7 years old, first flight March 2016. And light, taking off early. Hey Dominic, thank you for your kind words, mate. Glad you're enjoying it. I am thinking about wrapping it up. I was already doing that earlier, and I think with this a Dreamliner, no, a 777 to New York JFK, I think that is going to be the last airplane of the day. And then hopefully back at it again on Thursday, weather permitting. I think we should have a relatively similar day to today then. More precipitation was expected on Wednesday and on Friday, but you never know, things can always change in the meantime, so one day at a time. Also, time for Evan to go off to bed. Thank you for joining, Evan. It's been a pleasure to have you on the stream again. And sleep tight. This is KLM flight 641 777-200 ER off to New York JFK. The airplane is 17 years old. First flight was in February 2006. There she goes, the last airplane of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Also, more bird activity over here. Squadron of lady ducks. Bird controller is away and all the coots and all the ducks are showing themselves again. Anyway, thank you all so much for joining me here today on this Monday. I had a blast and I hope you guys did too. Thank you all so much for joining me here again today. Thanks to everybody who was so kind to donate super stickers, super likes, memberships, become a member, donate through PayPal. You guys are the best. Without your support, this channel wouldn't be anything. And thank you all so much for that. Also, a big thanks to all the moderators again for keeping the chat a chatly place. No, the chat a friendly place. Again, I'm looking to go out again on Thursday, weather permitting. Hope to see you then. For now, I'm gonna say goodbye. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hope to see you again on one of the next ones. And take care. See you all soon. Bye for now.